while we get the boats warming up.
Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing, testing. 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test test.
Test. 1. Test. 1, 2. Test.
Slightly delayed start of our Sunday racing is underway. The men's varsity 4 semifinal number 1 is in its first few strokes. We've got New Hampshire in 1, Minnesota, Vermont, Georgia Tech, Virginia, George Mason, Boston College, and Penn State. And obviously 4 of these 8 crews will be advancing into the finals. We've got Georgia Tech and Virginia right now as our early leaders. With Vermont slightly behind, it's Georgia Tech by about a seat over Virginia. Virginia with a third of a length over both Vermont and Boston College, but it's another couple of seats back to George Mason. A couple of more seats back to New Hampshire. A couple seats further that, Minnesota, and then a couple of more seats back to Penn State. So 400 meters into this race, we've got the 8 crews within about a length and a third. It is Georgia Tech still in first by about a seat to 2 seats over Virginia. We've got a nice little press coming here from Vermont. Vermont making a move and is drawing level with Virginia. In fourth place now for that critical transfer position, we've got George Mason, half a length behind Vermont and a couple of seats ahead of Boston College. It's New Hampshire in the far lane, hanging on tightly to Boston College, certainly still a factor in this quality game. And they've got a half a length over Minnesota and Penn State. Georgia Tech, 3 seats now over both Vermont and Virginia. Virginia, 3/4 of a length over George Mason. Mason with half a length on Boston College. And the Wildcats of New Hampshire making a charge. They are now overlapping with George Mason. They have moved up about 1/3 of a length. So it's Georgia Tech now with half a length. Virginia and Vermont just about level for second and third. It's then another half length back to Mason. A deck from Mason back to Boston College. Boston College with 3/4 of a length over New Hampshire. Right behind New Hampshire, Minnesota. And Penn State half a length off Minnesota. We're at about 750 meters now. Georgia Tech starting to look very confident. They're understroking both Virginia and Vermont and maintaining that half a length lead. But it looks like Vermont making a push. Vermont, very strong move there. They have moved ahead of Virginia, and I'd say they're closing slightly on Georgia Tech. It's about a half a length. Still Mason in third place, trying to hold off Boston College, and Mason is still overlapping with Virginia and Vermont. Then it's about a length back to New Hampshire, and another 1/3 of a length back to both Minnesota and Penn State. Georgia Tech now reestablishes their lead. It's about 3/4 of a length over Vermont. Vermont now with a couple of seats over Virginia. George Mason beginning to creep in on Virginia. Virginia now with about a 3-seat lead over Mason. And Boston College hanging right on to Mason's heels. So that's 5 boats all within about a length and a quarter. Georgia Tech still with the lead. Vermont now clearly into second. Virginia in third, but having a little trouble right now holding off Mason. Mason has closed to within about a seat of Virginia. Boston College another half a length back, and then it's a little over a length back to New Hampshire, who still maintains half a length over both Penn State and Minnesota. A very solid middle of the race here for Vermont. They've closed in a little bit more on Georgia Tech. I'd say that's now a deck, Georgia Tech over Vermont. Virginia now, about 3/4 of a length back of Vermont, and just barely ahead of George Mason. Boston College still in the fight. It's those 5 crews now. As we approach 500 meters, those 5 crews fighting for the 4 positions in the A final. So we're going to sign off and head back to the starting line. It's Georgia Tech in the lead, Vermont in second, but now a furious fight between Virginia and George Mason for third, with Boston College desperately trying to get back into that mix for the top 4.
Coming into the final 250 meters here in the last sprint, it looks like Georgia Tech and Vermont out front, fighting for first and second position. Of course, 1 through 4 in this race will advance to the A final, while 5 through 8 will move on to the B final. Georgia Tech advancing their lead slightly coming into these final strokes. It looks like they're putting some open water on Vermont here. It looks like George Mason's made a very hard push past Virginia, almost coming up into the territory of Georgia Tech here. Boston College also still in the mix. It's a close race. The lane 4 Georgia Tech comes across the line with George Mason, looks like in a very, very close second place. Coming down the course now, we have race number 81. This is the second semifinal for the men's varsity 4. Just like the previous race, places 1 through 4 will advance to the A final, while 5th through 8th will move to the B final. In lane 1 furthest from you have Purdue. Lane 2 will be the University of California, Santa Barbara. Lane 3, VCU. Lane 4, Rhode Island. Lane 5, Cincinnati. Lane 6, Michigan. Lane 7, Northwestern. And lane 8, Washington State.
We have the second semifinal of the men's varsity 4 at about 900 meters now. We've got Rhode Island in the lead with Cincinnati about a half a length behind. Cincinnati with a very narrow lead over Virginia Commonwealth. Virginia Commonwealth and Santa Barbara nearly level, and Santa Barbara slightly ahead of Northwestern. I'm sorry, I missed Michigan in there. Michigan is level with Santa Barbara. So we've got Rhode Island now with about 3/4 of a length on Cincinnati. Cincinnati with about 1/3 of a length on Virginia Commonwealth. Virginia Commonwealth with half a length on Michigan and Santa Barbara. Another 3/4 of a length back is Northwestern. Over in lane 1, Purdue is slightly open water behind Santa Barbara. And Washington State, lane 8 is trailing. Rhode Island now. Looks like they're breaking it open. They have nudged out to a full length. Perhaps a little bit of open water over Cincinnati. Cincinnati now with nearly a length on 3rd place Virginia Commonwealth. Michigan and Santa Barbara about 2/3 of a length behind Virginia Commonwealth. They're about level. Right there, Michigan and Santa Barbara level for that 4-5 split into the final. They are ready. It is Rhode Island now pulling away. They've got about 1/3 of a length of open water on Cincinnati. Cincinnati now has open water on Virginia Commonwealth, and it looks like the charge is going to come to Santa Barbara, who's closing in on Virginia Commonwealth, and they are now within about a seat and a half of Virginia Commonwealth. It's Michigan also making a push. I think we're going to have a pretty good 3-way fight for 2 spots as they cross 500. Michigan, Virginia Commonwealth, and Santa Barbara, 2 of those 3 most likely running last last two spots in the final.
Coming into the final 250 meters here, it looks like it's going to be a very close race. Right now we have lane 5, Rhode Island, competing very intensely with lane 4, Virginia Commonwealth right now. Past that, in second position right now, we have Cincinnati, University of California, Santa Barbara, all in the mix right now. Very, very close racing in these last few strokes. Cincinnati and Rhode Island trying to make a break from the other competitors here, going very, very close, going stroke to stroke here into the finish line. Cincinnati with just mere inches over Rhode Island right now coming into the finish line. Looks like it will be Cincinnati taking the first place spot over Rhode Island, with Michigan in third. And that fourth place spot is very close. Now the top 4 are the only ones that will advance to the A final in this out of the semifinal, while the rest will move automatically to the B final. Race number 82 is now coming down the course with just about 500 meters down. This is the first semifinal for the men's varsity 8. Just like all the semifinals, places 1 through 4 will move on to the A final, while the rest of the competitors will move to the B final. Farthest from you in lane 1, you have the University of Minnesota. Lane 2 will be Oregon. Lane 3, North Carolina. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 5, University of California, Santa Barbara. Lane 6, Grand Valley. Lane 7, Texas. And lane 8, USMA.
First semifinal of the men's varsity 8 is at about 800 meters into the race, and it's Michigan. It's a little bit of a lead over Santa Barbara, and North Carolina hanging right on to Santa Barbara. Those 3 have broken about a length clear. It looks like Grand Valley, just about a length behind those 3 crews. Grand Valley and Army Military Academy right behind Grand Valley by about a deck. Then it's about a half a length further back to Texas, Oregon, and another deck back to the southern. So Santa Barbara now at the 1,000 has made a nice move. They've come up level with Michigan and now lead them by about a seat and a half. Michigan has about 4 seats on North Carolina, and we're also getting a lively attack here from the Army crew. The Army crew is moving up within a couple of seats of North Carolina, and they're dragging Grand Valley up there right with them. It's about a third of a length from Army back to Grand Valley. So at this point, first place Santa Barbara and 5th place Grand Valley are all just about a length apart. Michigan, looks like a counterattack coming from them. They are easing back up to level with Santa Barbara. It's Michigan now, level again with Santa Barbara, about a half a length ahead of North Carolina. Grand Valley closes in on Army as Army closes in on Carolina. It's Carolina now by 2 seats over Army, and Grand Valley down to about a half a length behind Army. Santa Barbara with another burst. Santa Barbara has regained the lead It's about 2 seats now over Michigan. Michigan with 2/3 of a length over both North Carolina and Army. Those are your 4 leaders, but lurking a half a length back, you've got Grand Valley State that is a length back from them to Texas. So, to the last 500, Michigan again pulls level. That's a great fight between the 2 leaders, and I think it's going to be a great fight between North Carolina, Army, and Grand Valley for the other 2 qualifying spots.
Looks like this is going to be a close race all the way into the finish. It's hard to decide a clear leader right now, but it looks like a very tough battle between University of California, Santa Barbara, Michigan, and North Carolina right now at the moment. All 3 of them coming in here trying to get that top spot in the semifinal. Only the first 4 will advance to the A final. So it looks like you have Santa Barbara, Michigan, North Carolina, and then that 4th spot will also be a tough battle between the likes of Grand Valley and Army. Santa Barbara putting on a very strong charge, trying to eke out some meters on Michigan. North Carolina still in the mix as well, trying to bring the battle up to level with Michigan. Looks like Santa Barbara's got about a full deck on Michigan, and they'll come into the finish line in the first spot. Michigan in second. It also looks like the Army crew came in and might have challenged North Carolina for that 3rd spot. Hard to see at this point. Now you'll have to check the official results, but I did see Santa Barbara in the 1st spot, Michigan in second, but Army did come back at a very late charge and push North Carolina for that 3rd and 4th position. We have another race start. This will be our final semifinal. This is race number 83, the 2nd semi of the men's varsity 8. Of course, 1 through 4 will advance to the A final. Lane 1, furthest from you, will be the University of California, Davis. Lane 2 will be Orange Coast. Lane 3, Bucknell. Lane 4, Delaware. Lane 5, Virginia. Lane 6, University of California, Irvine. Lane 7, Notre Dame. And lane 8, closest to you, will be the University of Massachusetts.
You ready, Bob?
750 meters into the last semifinal of the morning. The men's varsity 8s. And it's Virginia with a little bit of a lead over both Irvine and Delaware. Those 3 in the center of the course. It's Bucknell just barely behind Delaware. And then it's a half a length further back. I've got a misidentification there. I'm sorry. It's Notre Dame, not Irvine. My mistake. Go back to that. It's Irvine. Sorry, Irvine. It's Virginia by about a quarter of a length over Irvine, Delaware, and Bucknell, who are essentially level. Those 3 crews have about a length over Notre Dame, Davis, about a half a length behind Notre Dame, and a deck length ahead Orange Coast, then another half a length back to the University of Massachusetts. It's Virginia now, half a length in front of Delaware. Delaware still just about level with Bucknell and Irvine hanging on right about level with them. They're maybe 2 seats behind. Those 4 crews have broken slightly away now as they have a little bit of open water over Notre Dame. It's Davis and Orange Coast picking up some speed. They are closing in on Notre Dame, and UMass a further length back. Davis and Coast just about level at 750 to go. Notre Dame about a third of a length ahead of those now. But whether any of those crews can mount a challenge to break into the top 4, it's getting to be a very, very questionable situation unless something happens soon. Because Virginia is putting it in. Bucknell and Delaware still essentially level. Second and third, they're about 2/3 of a length ahead of Irvine.
Looks like a very intense battle right now coming into the last 250. Looks like right now Delaware is battling hard with Orange Coast, with Bucknell not far behind. Also, Virginia look like they're trying to edge out Bucknell right now. Virginia putting in some hard strokes. These are the last 150, 100 meters right now. They are well into the sprint, trying to up the stroke rate, trying to edge out, trying to open up some open water over Bucknell and Delaware here. One through 4 will advance. So it's looking like Virginia, your clear leader at the moment. Coming into the line, just 2 more strokes right here. Looks like Virginia will be your winner. Lane 6, UC Irvine looks like they took the second position. While Delaware and Bucknell coming in to sort out 3rd and 4th place. And it looks like coming down the course right now, we have our first B final of the day. Race 96, the B final for the women's singles. Coming down the course right now, probably coming into the first 500 meters, we have lane 2 furthest from you will be Virginia Commonwealth. Lane 3, Purdue's B-Boat. Lane 4, University of California, Santa Barbara's B-Boat. Lane 5 will be Purdue's A-Boat. Lane 6, Kansas. Lane 7, the Santa Barbara A-Boat. And lane 8 will be Emory's B-Boat. And it looks like this race number 96, the B final for the women's singles, is coming into the last 750 meters here. Right now it seems that lane 7, the University of California Santa Barbara A boat, has the lead, followed by lane 5, the Purdue Boilermakers. And a good showing for Santa Barbara because it seems that lane 4, the Santa Barbara B boat, is in the 3rd spot currently. And we have a start on race number 97, the A final for the women's singles. The lane furthest from you, lane 1, will be Bucknell. Lane 2, Emory University. Lane 3, the University of Illinois. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 5, William and Mary. Lane 6, Alabama Huntsville. Lane 7, Rhode Island. And lane 8, Miami University. Coming into the last 250 meters here in this B final for the women's singles, it seems that lane 7, University of California Santa Barbara, has a sizable lead over lane 5, Purdue Boilermakers, the A boat. Seems that 7 and 5, Santa Barbara and Purdue, have stretched out their advantage over lane 4, the Santa Barbara B boat. Followed closely behind the Santa Barbara B boat is the Purdue B boat. And coming across the line, UCSB's lane 7 A boat takes the win in the B final. Some 4 to 5 boat lengths behind will be lane 5, the Purdue Boilermakers A boat, taking the 2nd spot. And coming in for a strong finish will be lane 4, the Santa Barbara B boat. So a very good showing for the University of California Santa Barbara in this women's singles B final. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start on race number 98, the B final for the women's doubles. Now we have scratch in lane 1, but lane 2, furthest from you, will be Penn State. Lane 3 will be New Hampshire. Lane 4, Santa Barbara B-Boat. Lane 5, Wichita State. Lane 6, Liberty. Lane 7, Emory University. And lane 8, Vermont. Coming into the final 500 meters here in this women's single A final, it looks like lane 4, Virginia, has a sizable lead over the competition, with lane 6, Alabama Huntsville, in the chase right now in the second spot. And it seems like lane 7 and lane 5, Rhode Island and William and Mary, in a tough competition for the third position. But once again, Virginia out front with some boat lengths on Alabama Huntsville. And it looks like a pretty close race for the third position. You'll have to keep your eyes on this one. Looks like as they come into these final meters, Virginia and Alabama Huntsville securing their positions in 1 and 2 spot. But William and Mary making a strong push for the third position as well. Virginia with a very strong sprint coming into the last final strokes here. And lane 4, Virginia will cruise across the line in an easy first place. while lane 6, Alabama Huntsville, will cement her spot in the second position with a silver medal. Lane 5, William and Mary in third place for the time being, but it looks like some pressure from Rhode Island and Miami University. But it does look like lane 5, William and Mary, will take the third place. Quickly coming down the course now is the B final for the women's doubles. This is race number 98. Looks like currently in the top spot we have Wichita State trying to make a charge into these last 750 meters. Wichita State, followed by what looks like Emory University, and also Liberty up there, charging for these first, second, and third positions. Lane 5, Wichita State, hoping to open up a bigger advantage over the competitors, looking like they've got a clear bit of open water on Liberty, Emory, and what looks like University of California, Santa Barbara trying to make a charge here, also with New Hampshire and Penn State in the mix. Lane 5, Wichita State once again opening up a very large advantage over the rest of the field here. It looks like they've got a good 4 to 5 boat lengths of open water on the next competitor. Looks like Emory University trying to cement their spot into the second position here. Also looks like New Hampshire has come up a little bit, fighting back against Liberty and UCSB, hoping to get up next to New Hampshire here for the second position, but Wichita State once again running away with this B final. And lane 5, Wichita State rolls across the line for a first position in the B final. It looks like it'll be Emory in the second spot, and it's a tight race, but it does look like lane 6, Liberty, will take the third position in this women's doubles B final. Coming down the course now, rolling across the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like race number 99, the A final for the event you just saw, the women's doubles. In lane 1 furthest from you, you have the University of California, Santa Barbara. Lane 2 will be the University of Illinois. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, William and Mary. Lane 5, the Cal Lights. Lane 6, the Virginia Commonwealth B-Boat. Lane 6, Tulane. And lane 8, the University of Chicago. And we have another race start for race number 100. This is the A final for the women's pairs. Lane 1 furthest from you, we have the University of California, Santa Barbara. Lane 2 will be Vanderbilt. Lane 3, Georgia Tech. Lane 4, Washington University. Lane 5, the Cal Lights. Lane 6, Ohio State. Lane 7, Rhode Island. And lane 8, closest to you, Oregon. Presenting the medals on the medal dock today will be Matt Miller, an ACRA champion and 2016 Olympian. For race number 97, the women's single A final, William and Mary taking the third spot. Alabama Huntsville with the silver medal, and Virginia first place with the gold. It looks like race number 99 has just rolled across the finish line. Looks like race number 100, the A final for the women's pairs, is coming down to the final 750 meters here. Right now, the current order looks like it's Ohio State, followed by Cal Lights in second position, and Georgia Tech in the third spot. Following very closely behind Georgia Tech, we also have William and Mary in the fourth position currently, but fighting with the lead pack. Looks like lane 6 and lane 5, Ohio State and Cal Lights are going back and forth, but it looks like Cal Lights are putting on a slight advantage over Ohio State right now, but it's a very close race. Georgia Tech also coming back in a very strong push. Looks like Georgia Tech almost even now with Ohio State, giving them something to worry about, putting a lot of pressure on both Ohio State and Cal Lights right now. Washington University pushing very hard. Looks like Ohio State having a bit of steering problems entering into Cal Lights lane. Cal Lights not letting it get to him, putting even more open water on Ohio State. And it'll be lane 5, Cal Lights crossing, followed by Ohio State in the same lane. With lane 3, Georgia Tech in the third position in this A final. And if you would like to direct your attention to the medals dock right now, they are handing out medals for race number 99, the women's double A final. In the third position will be Washington State receiving the bronze medal. Second place will be lane 4, William and Mary bringing home the silver. And in lane 5, Cal Lights taking home the gold. And we have a race start on race number 102. This is the men's pairs A final. Lane 1 furthest from you will be the University of California, Irvine. Lane 2 will be Vermont. Lane 3, Virginia. Lane 4, the University of Michigan. Lane 5, North Carolina. Lane 6, Georgia Tech. Lane 7, Grand Valley. And lane 8 closest to you will be George Mason. Looks like in race 101, the B final for the men's pairs, it looks like lane 4, University of Delaware with a sizable lead over the competition. Delaware putting some open water on the competitors, but it also looks like lane 8, Rhode Island, putting a good bit of pressure on lane 5, Minnesota. So it looks like Rhode Island, Minnesota, and even University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 3 fighting it out for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions here. Once again, Delaware with a sizable lead, maybe 5, 6, 7 boat lengths on the rest of the competition here. Looks like Minnesota trying to put on a charge here in the final strokes, maybe trying to distance themselves from Rhode Island and UCSB. And for race number 101, the B final in the men's pairs, it looks like Delaware will cross the line in the first position, but it's going to be close for second. It looks like lane 8, Rhode Island, and lane 5, Minnesota going at it. I believe Rhode Island will get the second place over lane 5, Minnesota. So your top 3 for that race will be Delaware, Rhode Island, and then Minnesota in the 3rd spot. And if you'd now direct your attention to the medal dock down here, we will be handing out the medals. For event number 100, the women's pair A final, taking in 3rd place will be Georgia Tech with the bronze medal. And down at the medals dock, they are awarding 2nd place in the women's pairs And that award will go to Ohio State with the silver medal. And bringing home the shiny gold medal in the women's pair race will be Cal Lights. This is the main event for the men's pairs. This is race number 102, the A final in the men's pairs. And it looks like right now, lane 4, Michigan with a slight advantage over the University of Virginia, only half a bow. Very heated race, both of them picking up the stroke rates as much as they can. And it's incredibly close. Very close race, almost too close to call. Looks like Michigan might have eked out just the last few inches on Virginia there. And it looks like in lane 6, Georgia Tech will take the decisive third position. So first and second, almost too close to call. And lane 6, Georgia Tech with a third position in the men's pair A final. Looks like in this race coming down the last 250 meters, it's race number 103, the A final for the men's lightweight novice 4. Looks like currently in the lead right now we have lane 4, Rhode Island, followed very closely behind by the University of Michigan. And then a very good race with Washington State currently in 3rd spot. It looks like William and Mary might be trying to give them a bit of pressure here coming into the last few strokes. Lane 4, Rhode Island, putting in some very impressive strokes here. Trying to cement their win right here. This is an A final, so this is for all the glory here for the men's lightweight novices. Rhode Island hoping to finish over the line with some open water right here on Michigan. It's going to be very close. Rhode Island crosses the line in the 1st spot with lane 5 Michigan shortly after, just a few inches of open water. And it's going to be a close spot for 3rd, but it will be lane 6, Texas. Texas coming in with a very late in the race charge to secure the 3rd place spot. If you direct your attention to the medals dock right now, they will be awarding some shiny bling for race number 102, the men's pair A final. Currently landing on the dock and receiving the bronze medal will be Georgia Tech.
Texas! Texas!
The next race coming down the course will be race number 104, the B final for the women's novice 4. The lane furthest from you, lane 1, will be University of California, Irvine. Lane 2 will be Washington State. Lane 3, Grand Valley. Lane 4, Chattanooga. Lane 5, Ohio State. Lane 6, University of California, Davis. Lane 7, Chicago. And lane 8, Wichita State. Back down to the awards dock now for the A final in the men's pair. They will be awarding the silver medal to the University of Virginia. And with easily the closest finish that we've seen yet today for race number 102 in the men's pair A final, Michigan will be taking home the gold medal. And we have a race start for race number 105. This is the Women's Novice 4A final. The lane furthest from you will be the University of Texas. Lane 2 will be Florida. Lane 3, New Hampshire. Lane 4, Penn State. Lane 5, Marquette. Lane 6, Southern Oregon. Lane 7, William and Mary. And lane 8 will be the University of Vermont. With only 500 meters left, race number 104, the Women's Novice 4B final, is coming down the course currently. Looks like right now you have lane 5, Ohio State. Coming into the last final strokes, look like lane 5, Ohio State, will be taking an open water victory here in the Women's Novice 4B final. With lane 7, the University of Chicago coming in the second spot with open water over third place. Looks like lane 8, Wichita State, trying to make a charge at lane 4, Chattanooga, but it looks like Chattanooga will take the third spot over Wichita State. The race currently coming down the course right now will be race number 105, the A final for the Women's Novice 4. Looks like a very tight race, but right now, coming into the 750-meter mark, it appears that New Hampshire in lane 3 has a slight advantage over the competition. Currently docked on the awards dock and handing out medals is the Race 103 Men's Lightweight Novice 4, the A final. Coming in the third position, taking home the bronze, will be the University of Texas. Coming in with a really strong second will be the University of Michigan, taking home a shiny silver. Race number 105, the Women's Novice 4A final, coming down the course right now in the last 250 meters. Looks like lane 3, New Hampshire, with a commanding lead over the rest of the competition right now. Fast, hard strokes from the crew here. Looks to have 2.5 to 3 open lengths of water over the second place boats. It's like lane 6, Southern Oregon, and lane 4, Penn State, battling it out right now for the second position. And this is an A final, so this is for the medals. Lane 3, New Hampshire, not letting their lead be diminished. With a strong sprint coming into the finish line. And New Hampshire will take the gold in the Women's Novice 4. And it is a tight race for the second spot. That one will be too close to call, folks. You'll have to wait on the official results. It looked like lane 6, Southern Oregon, was making a strong push right at the end, with lane 4, Penn State, right there, and also lane 7, William and Mary, giving them a charge at the very last sprint. But back down to the awards dock now. For race number 103, the Men's Lightweight Novice 4A final, Rhode Island taking home the gold with a strong race and a great looking plaque. And we have another race start for race number 106. This will be the B final for the Men's Novice 4. Lane 1 furthest from you will be Tulane. Lane 2 will be Minnesota. Lane 3, Kansas. Lane 4, Grand Valley. Lane 5, the University of California, Santa Barbara. Lane 6, the University of Chicago. Lane 7, Alabama. And Lane 8, Liberty. And coming down to the last 500 right into view for everybody here is race number 106, the men's novice 4B final. Right now, your clear leader is Kansas in lane 3, closely followed behind by the University of California, Santa Barbara. Very close race for the third position. It does look like the University of Chicago might have some advantage in the third spot, but not to be outdone by the University of Alabama and Liberty. It also appears that Grand Valley is making a charge for the third position up to the front. UCSB making a very strong charge here at the end. Looks like they're trying to get around Kansas here. Kansas fighting with everything they've got, trying to hang on to the first position, but it does look like UCSB has moved through on the University of Kansas for the first position. Putting a full deck on them. They're about to put open water on the Kansas crew before the end of the race. They've got open water on them in lane 5. UCSB rolls to the finish line for a first spot in this men's novice 4B final. Kansas coming in second, and it's very, very close for the third position. It's very tight between lane 8 Liberty and lane 6 the University of Chicago for the third spot in this men's novice 4B final. If you would point your attention down to the medals dock now, they will be awarding the medals for the women's novice 4A final, race 105. Landing on the dock right now is the third place finisher, lane 7, William and Mary, taking home the bronze. Coming down the course right now with just under 1,000 meters to go is race number 107, the men's novice 4. And this will be an A final, so the first, second, and third finishers in this race will bring home the medals. I have to say it looks like an incredibly tight race for race number 107. Back down to the awards dock now for race number 105, the women's novice 4. Currently on the dock, you have your second place finisher taking home the silver, Southern Oregon. Race number 107 coming down the course now, just a few 500 meters left now. And the gap has opened up a little bit. Before it was very tight, but now it looks like lane 3, University of Michigan with an open lead over lane 4, Bucknell. But Bucknell under pressure now from Washington University. It's a very close race for this men's novice 4A final. And back down to the awards dock now. Race 105, the women's novice 4. Taking home the first place gold medal with a clear and concise victory are the New Hampshire Wildcats. Race 107, the men's novice 4A final, is shaping up to be a very, very tight race. Michigan deck to deck with Bucknell, but Bucknell having to fend off Washington University as much as they can. Bucknell with a very impressive sprint, trying to claw back some meters on Michigan, but it's going to be very tight. I don't know if Bucknell has it all. Bucknell's bow on Michigan's stroke seat, but Michigan will take the first spot, with Bucknell following closely behind, and Washington University in the third spot.
Second novice 8 grand final comes towards us down the course. Lane 1 will be Colorado, lane 2 will be Colorado, 3 Orange Coast College, 4 Notre Dame, 5 Michigan, 6 UC Davis, and in lane 7 UC Irvine. All right, as they come up to the 500-meter mark, it's the Wolverines on the lead by 6 seats over Orange Coast College. Orange Coast has that second spot, about 4 seats up on all 3 of the remaining crews. So good boat race, particularly if you're sitting in lane 5 as Michigan is. They're 1 boat length exactly up on the Pirates from Orange Coast College over there in lane number 3. UC Davis making a push now. Once again, going for a medal here in this grand final of the men's second novice 8s. Get a stroke check here for Michigan. Michigan at a very powerful, controlled 35.5 strokes per minute. Second position is still owned by Orange Coast College by about 2 seats over the other 3 crews. They're pretty much level. It's just a question of who's got their blades in the water and on the drive and who's on the recovery. Michigan continues to move away. And so the battle is for the silver bronze between all 4 of these remaining crews, with Orange Coast having a 3-seat advantage at the current spot. We're approaching the 1,500-meter mark. Michigan now with a half boat length of open over Orange Coast College, but UC Davis making a bold move right now. And in fact, they're almost level with Orange Coast College. Michigan, the class of this field, with a 1 boat length of open water. And as they come off the tents here at 1,500 meters, it's Orange Coast in that second spot, making a big move, followed by Notre Dame in third. Then it's UC Davis. And then in that final spot, it's UC Irvine. That's the way it is as I turn it back over to you at the tower as they come up to the 1,500-meter mark.
Coming into the final 750 meters, it does look like the University of Michigan in lane 5 with a good lead over lane 4 Notre Dame. But Notre Dame under pressure now from Orange Coast. Orange Coast coming around Notre Dame. trying to make a charge up to the front, trying to put some strokes in on Michigan, it looks like. So your 1, 2, and 3 right now will be University of Michigan, then Orange Coast in second, followed closely behind by Notre Dame. All three of these boats in the running for the 1, 2, 3 spots in this A final. Michigan in lane 5 looking dominant right now, trying to emphasize their lead over Orange Coast, but Orange Coast doing the same thing. Right back to Notre Dame. Michigan looked like they might be opening up some open water on Orange Coast. Orange Coast giving it everything they've got, trying to distance themselves from Notre Dame, pick it back up to get with Michigan. But it doesn't look like they're going to have the room on the water for that. Looks like if Michigan keeps this up, they're going to keep the open water on Orange Coast. Notre Dame putting on a very impressive last-minute charge here against Orange Coast. It's going to be tough for Orange Coast to hold them off. Michigan stretching the lead out even more with a full 8 length of open water on Orange Coast and Notre Dame. Notre Dame putting in a fantastic sprint, trying to claw back at Orange Coast. Michigan looking downright flawless coming through to the finish line. And lane 5 Michigan will be your men's novice 8 gold medal winner here. With Notre Dame and Orange Coast locked into a dead heat, but it will be Orange Coast in lane 3 with the silver medal, and Notre Dame bringing home the bronze in this men's novice 8A final.
Good boat race, first and second, virtually a seat, maybe 2 at the most between the 2 crews. Still Southern Oregon with a slight advantage. Cox looks over to her left, calls for a power 10, and now they've increased that lead to 4 seats. Santa Barbara
number 107, the men's novice 4A final. Receiving their medals on the dock right now was lane 5. In third place, bringing home the bronze, Washington University.
There's room to come back to that second position, but right now it's Southern Oregon, your race leader, by now a half a boat, make that 6 seats. They're taking a power move here, taking the rate up as they come through the halfway point, 1,000 meters. And now the Southern Oregon Coxon sits even with the bow of the second place Florida crew. Then it's UC Santa Barbara in the 3rd spot, 6 seats behind. And then open water astern is DePaul. A very robust move by the Raiders from Southern Oregon there as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. They picked up about 5 seats. And now the Gators over in lane 2 are returning the favor, creeping back up on the lead crew. Santa Barbara's not out of it. They've ratcheted up their stroke rate a bit, putting some pressure on Florida.
Stock receiving the silver medal in the men's novice 4 event 107A final. With a savory finish against Michigan and Washington University, the silver medal goes to Bucknell.
Second position is Florida. Then it's UC Santa Barbara. Final spot is DePaul. That's their positioning now as the crews approach the 1,500 meters mark. Back to you at the tower.
And landing on the awards dock now, the first place finishers for event 107, the men's novice 4A final, bringing home 5 very well-deserved gold medals. It's the University of Michigan. Race number 109, the B final for the women's novice 8 coming down the course right now. It's a 3-way heat between the University of Florida and University of California, Santa Barbara and Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon's looking like they're opening up a bit of an advantage now on UCSB in Florida. It's still a tight race. Southern Oregon putting on a sprint that UCSB and Florida can't match. UCSB having some unfortunate misstrokes there, but not out of it yet, still clawing back some meters at Florida. Southern Oregon taking off with the advantage right now, looking like they might open up some open water on the other 2 boats right here. Less than 5 strokes left. Let's see what they can do. In lane 5, Southern Oregon will take the win, but it's close. It's incredibly close. That's a very close finish for these novices right here. It looks like UCSB could have eked out the win over Florida, but I would encourage you to check the official results for the official scoring.
Back on the race course at the 750-meter mark, race number 110, women's novice 8 grand final is underway. And as we pick up the crews, your race leader, lane number 5, UC Santa Barbara, that's Georgia, sitting just 3 seats down. Georgia is in lane 4. That third spot is UC Davis out in lane 6. Pretty hotly contesting 4th, 5th, and 6th position between the remaining crews. But quite a battle here between the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara, the Bulldogs, Georgia. This is the Georgia A boat. Georgia has another boat in lane 1. 2 seats to Santa Barbara over the 2nd place crew as Georgia takes a power move here at the 1,000-meter mark. 3rd position solidly owned by lane 6, UC Davis. You can see both coxswains of the league's crews looking over at their competition. You can hear the volume going up as well as they're demanding more from their crews. UC Santa Barbara now maybe getting another seat. And Santa Barbara's rowing a beat and a half lower than Georgia. Santa Barbara 35. Now with a 3.5, maybe 4-seat advantage over Georgia. In that second spot, third position, about 1 boat length of open astern, is in lane 6, UC Davis. So right now, Davis trying to hold off Illinois out here in lane number 8 for that bronze medal. But as the crews come up towards the 1,500-meter mark, still in the lead, UC Santa Barbara, 4 seats down, but they're not going away as the Georgia A crew. Then it's UC Davis, then Illinois in that 4th spot, and then a tight battle for 5th and 6th between Georgia B and New Hampshire. Back over to you at the tower.
In this women's novice AA final, it looks like the University of California, Santa Barbara and the University of Georgia are locked into a dead sprint with each other. Very, very close racing here. And this is the A final, so the first, second, and third finishers will receive medals down on the awards dock. Looks like Georgia might be eking out just a little bit of meters on UCSB here, but UCSB's not going to let them get away with that. It's going to be a close race all the way down to the finish. Georgia upping their stroke rate, trying to get it up higher than UCSB's here, preparing for their final sprint. Just mere strokes away from that last 250 meters. Both teams have strong fan support down on the shore. And it's going to go all the way down to the wire. At this point, neither team has an advantage over one another. They're both locked in about as tight as they could possibly be. Still, there is no advantage between the two. UCSB may have half a meter on Georgia. UCSB with half a deck on Georgia, and they're going to come into the finish line ahead. Lane 5, UCSB taking the first place medal. Georgia in second, bringing home the silver. Looks like lane 7, Colorado. Nope, lane 6, UC Davis bringing in the third place for a bronze. So UCSB with the gold, Georgia with the silver, and University of California, Davis with a bronze. I know. Back down to the awards dock. We have event number 108, the men's novice 8A final. Currently on the dock receiving their awards is Notre Dame. Notre Dame bringing in a bronze medal in the men's novice 8 category, race 108.
Coming into our view now at about the 600-meter mark, it's event number 111, men's novice 8B final. Your race leader with almost a boat length in lane 4, UCLA. UCLA with the blue shirts, blue blades, and then quite a battle for that second spot between Notre Dame in lane 3, Georgia in lane 5, and actually it's Illinois in lane 6. and then North Carolina in lane 7. But on the lead, it's UCLA. Their coxswain is sitting even with the second place crew from Notre Dame. Notre Dame in the green shell, the Fighting Irish, putting a press on right now, trying to decrease the number of seats that the Bruins have on them. But UCLA on the lead as we approach the 1,000-meter mark. Once again, second place is Notre Dame. Third position being held down by Illinois in lane 6. And then lane 7, North Carolina is in that fourth position. Quite a battle between UC Irvine in 1 and 2 for those following spots. Ohio State is just off the pace a bit. UCLA maintaining their lead.
Event number 108, the men's novice 8A final. Currently taking the silver medals is Orange Coast. Orange Coast taking home the silver in event number 108, the men's novice 8.
Notre Dame sits now about 9 seats astern in that second position. Then a big battle between lane number 4 and lane number 7. Excuse me, lane number 6 and lane number 7. That would be Illinois and North Carolina. UCLA continues to have that lead. They're trying to break clear of Notre Dame, but the Fighting Irish won't be denied. They're making a move here. Get some stroke rates as we finish up our broadcast here and turn it back to you in the tower. UCLA, pretty high at 36.5, 37. And once again, it's UCLA, Notre Dame, then Illinois in that third spot, North Carolina, and then it's Colorado, UC Irvine, and the final spot is Ohio State. Back to you at the tower as they pass the 1,500-meter mark.
Back down to the awards dock for event number 108 in the men's novice 8A final. Taking home the gold, taking home 9 golds right here, is the University of Michigan in first place with a stunning victory. The race coming down the course right now, race 111, the men's novice 8B final, is going to be a great one right down to the finish line. We've got UCLA battling it out with Notre Dame right now. Notre Dame trying to put some meters onto UCLA, but UCLA fighting right back, giving them a good sprint, making them work for it. Illinois and North Carolina also fighting right here. Looking like Illinois is probably edging out North Carolina a little bit for that third spot. But Colorado also giving some strokes onto Illinois right here. It's going to be a tough one for the third spot. UCLA trying to distance themselves from Notre Dame as best that they can, but Notre Dame's fighting right back. Notre Dame putting on a charge. It's still possible for them to clinch this gold medal right here. But UCLA crossing the line in the first position over Notre Dame in second, with lane 6, Illinois crossing for the third spot. Here at the Lost and Found in the tower, we have picked up an American Express credit card. It is a silver platinum card belonging to one Christopher Wagner. It's up here in the tower if you happen to be Christopher Wagner and also happen to be missing your silver American Express platinum card. come on and grab it, because I doubt that you would want to lose that.
Grand final. 8 boats across. We're sitting at about 250 meters. So as the crews come to us, we'll let you know who's on the lead. Didn't see any whitewater at the start, so everybody's wearing cleanly. And as they come to us right now, on the lead in lane 1, Orange Coast College. Orange Coast has 6 seats on the second place crew. That would be UC Santa Barbara. Boston College now making a big move. Big push. In fact, they've come up, they're now level, and they might even have moved ahead of Orange Coast. Wow. Very impressive. So now it's Boston College in lane 7 leading Orange Coast. In lane 1 by 3 to 4 seats. Then UC Santa Barbara's in that bronze medal position right now. UC Davis having a good race out here in lane 8. They sit in the 4th position. Positions 5, 6, 7, and 8. Very close to call, but nobody's out of it. There's overlap between the first crew and the last crew. Boston College, the Eagles now with a 4-seat advantage over Orange Coast College. Santa Barbara still in that 3rd spot. Santa Barbara making a nice move here. The lead crews now starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. That's Boston College in lane 7, Orange Coast College in lane 1, and UC Santa Barbara in lane 4. I'm close enough to hear the Boston College coxswain call for an hour power 10, and they've moved even further ahead. There's 6, 8 seats as Santa Barbara now comes up level with Orange Coast College. So, Boston College, your race leader. A very tight battle for silver right now between Orange Coast and UC Santa Barbara. 4th spot goes to lane 6. That's Delaware. Excuse me. Lane 5, that's Michigan. Michigan's in that 4th spot. And then too close to call for the rest. Boston College continues to be on their game. as they now have 1 boat length advantage over UC Santa Barbara, who's in that second spot. UC Santa Barbara has a half a boat length advantage over Orange Coast College. Orange Coast in that third position sits about 8 seats up on Michigan. But right now, Boston College, very powerful, great finishes here. Get a stroke check.
Let's go,
36 and a half strokes, 37 strokes per minute. UC Santa Barbara continues to move further in front of Orange Coast College, now sitting 6, maybe 7 seats up. Michigan wants a medal. They're coming after Orange Coast College. But still, the Eagles of Boston College are race leader by 1 boat length over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara in that second spot with an 8-seat advantage over Orange Coast. Orange Coast sits 2 seats up on Michigan, and then the rest of the fleet is battling for those final spots.
Go!
That's the call.
Now we have awards being awarded to event 110. This is the women's novice 8A final. Currently on the dock, we have the University of California, Davis bringing home 3rd place with a bronze medal. Coming on the course right now, we have race 112. This is the men's novice 8A final. Currently, it looks like a dead heat between lane 7 Boston College and lane 4 the University of California, Santa Barbara, and also lane 1 Orange Coast. All three neck and neck and neck. Boston College with the slight advantage over UCSB, with UCSB having a slight advantage over Orange Coast, but it's anybody's race at this point. Boston College putting on an absolutely amazing sprint coming into these last 10 strokes. Boston College pulling away from both UCSB and Orange Coast. And they will take the first place gold medal. Boston College over the line. UCSB following right behind. And Orange Coast barely eking out the win over lane 5, Michigan. So Boston College in first with the gold medal. UCSB close behind in second. And Orange Coast just narrowly avoiding being bumped by the University of Michigan, but Orange Coast getting the 3rd place spot. Back down to the awards dock. For event 110, the women's novice 8A final, we have on the dock the University of Georgia bringing in a silver medal with a great 2nd place fight. Congratulations to the University of Georgia novice women's 8.
Men's second varsity 8B final. We're sitting at the 750-meter mark as the crews approach us. As the crews come up even with their launch, the green hull Notre Dame Fighting Irish are on the lead with UC Davis in that second spot. Third position in lane 5 is Bucknell. Been a very close race.
Last medal to be handed out for Event 110, the Women's Novice 8A Final. We have the University of California Santa Barbara Gauchos taking home 9 gold medals in this boat.
Go Gauchos!
With maybe a 4-seat advantage over UC Davis. UC Davis with a little bit of open water to your third place crew, Bucknell, who's in lane 5. Fourth position now is UCLA, as they're battling tooth and nail with their Pac-12 rival Colorado, and also DePaul over there in lane 1. Notre Dame still your race leader. UC Davis sitting half a boat back. And then it's Bucknell and UCLA making a move for that third position. UCLA making a bold move here. And in fact, they're overtaking Bucknell for that third spot. Crews now approach the 1,500 meter mark. On the lead, Notre Dame, second spot, the Aggies from UC Davis. And then a bow ball to bow ball battle between UCLA and Bucknell. And then for the final 4 spots, it's anybody's race. Back to you at the tower.
Race number 113 currently coming down the course is the men's second varsity 8B final. Looks like right now your clear leader is lane 4, Notre Dame. Notre Dame trying to hold off lane 6, the University of California Davis. University of California Davis putting on some hard strokes, but looks like lane 3, UCLA, and also lane 5, Bucknell, putting some pressure on these leading boats. Notre Dame putting some open water on the other competitors here. It looks like lane 6, UC Davis dropping off a little bit, trying to fight back against UCLA. UC Davis putting in a good sprint here, trying to fight with UCLA, but it looks like Notre Dame is going to put a full length of open water on UC Davis and UCLA. Notre Dame upping their stroke rate coming into the final, and Notre Dame taking the first spot, with UC Davis making up a lot of ground on Notre Dame. They cut that lead to just about a quarter length of open water, and UCLA rolling across the line for the third spot, with Bucknell coming in fourth. And some very close racing here between Oregon, Georgia, Colorado, and DePaul.
number 114, men's second varsity 8 grand final. We're waiting for them at the 750-meter mark. And as the crews approach us, we've got a very tight battle between, who is that? Between Delaware and Virginia. Delaware's on the lead. Virginia's in that second spot. Then it's Michigan in third, and UC Santa Barbara in fourth. North Carolina in fifth. Then Orange Coast College in sixth. UMass in seventh. And Grand Valley is in that final spot. Virginia now, flashing those brilliant orange blades, have taken over the lead by about 2 seats over the Utes from Delaware. Michigan also on the hunt, wanting to get more than bronze. Santa Barbara not out of it, sits 6 seats down in that fourth position. North Carolina is 6 seats astern or behind the fourth place Santa Barbara crew in fifth spot. It's going to be a barn burner here as both the lead crew of Virginia, Delaware, and now Michigan really on the move here, only a couple seats down. Got some gusts of wind coming across the course as we approach the 1,500-meter mark, but it's still Virginia on the lead, Delaware in that second spot. Michigan cranking their rate up a little bit, figuring that's the way they can come up level. Then Santa Barbara, North Carolina, and then the rest. Virginia, your race leader, as they approach the 1,500-meter mark. Cavaliers about 4 seats over Delaware. Michigan in the hunt. Santa Barbara starting to make a nice move here. Then it's North Carolina, UMass, Orange Coast College in that second spot, and then in final spot, Grand Valley. Over to you at the tower.
Looks like this men's second varsity 8 is shaping up to be quite the race. Virginia, Delaware, and Michigan locked into a dead heat right now. Looks like Virginia trying to edge out Delaware just slightly, but Delaware might be putting some meters back on them. Michigan right there. It's hard to see because they're out in another lane, but it looks like Michigan right there with Virginia and Delaware. UCSB not out of the fight yet. It looks like this is a four-way battle for the win. Coming into the last 250 meters, all these crews are starting their sprints now. Virginia considerably picking the stroke rate up, trying to make a move and cement themselves for this win. Virginia with maybe a meter or 2 meters over Delaware now, but Michigan coming back and fighting strong. Michigan coming up, looking likely to pass Delaware here in the next few strokes, but Virginia stretching it out. So Virginia and Michigan leading a charge up to the front. Michigan going considerably at a higher stroke rate than Virginia now. Might be over the top of Virginia here in a second. We'll have to see. Virginia going at a fast pace, but it does look like Michigan clinches it at the last second. Michigan, then Virginia, then Delaware. Michigan taking the top spot. Virginia in second, and Delaware with the bronze place finish. Coming down the lanes now is event 115, the men's quad A final. In the lane furthest from you, lane 2, we have Cincinnati. Lane 3, George Mason. Lane 4, the University of Virginia. Lane 5, Michigan. Lane 6, Rhode Island. And lane 7, the University of California, Santa Barbara. Right now it looks like Virginia in lane 4 might have a slight advantage over George Mason, but Virginia fighting with Michigan and George Mason at the same time. It looks like this is a three-way battle currently. Virginia and Michigan, too close to say who's the leader right now. It looks like they might have half a length, maybe just a couple of seats even on George Mason. Definitely going to be a close race. George Mason putting in some moves right now, trying to fight back and get even with Virginia and Michigan. Right now it looks to be Michigan just slightly over Virginia, then George Mason, and then after George Mason, it'll be Cincinnati in the farthest lane, lane 2 in the 4th spot. But Virginia and Michigan, too close to call at this point, both going back and forth, trying to fight each other off. George Mason close, not out of it yet, but definitely not looking as strong as their competitors right next to them. Virginia edging out Michigan only slightly at this point. Virginia maybe seeming to struggle with a little bit of timing issues right now coming into the sprint, but Michigan still looking strong. Michigan trying to make a strong charge, but Virginia's just not letting them through. It's going to be very tight coming into the finish. Ooh, that's very close. Very, very close. It looked almost up until the end like Virginia had it in the bag, but Michigan got so close at the end that it's going to be a tough one to call. You'll have to look at the official results, but George Mason for sure in the 3rd spot. George Mason coming in the 3rd spot, but Virginia and Michigan too close to call on that one. You'll have to look at the official results or wait till they arrive at the medals dock to receive their medals. Arriving now at the awards dock is race number 112. This is the men's novice 8A final. Currently on the dock and receiving their medals for 3rd place, receiving very well-deserved bronze medals is Orange Coast. the dock for event 112, the men's novice 8A final. Accepting silver medals for a very hard-fought second place is the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos. Now arriving on the awards dock for race 112, the A final for the men's novice 8. In lane 7, fighting hard and coming back with a decisive victory for the gold medal here is Boston College.
got a strong leader over in lane number 1, Cincinnati Bearcats. They have got about a length and a half over the field. There's a great fight for second going on between Irvine and Oregon. And right behind them would be Penn State. So it's Cincinnati, open water on 3 crews that are just about level for the silver and bronze position, and we've got the Florida crew also poking up into that race. So it's Cincinnati in the lead. Irvine now pushing out into second place. Behind Irvine, half a length back is Oregon. Then about a quarter of a length back to Penn State. And Florida drawing even with Penn State. Then it's another length back to Texas and a length further back to Georgia. That Cincinnati lead is shrinking. They must have gone high and hard, seeing if they're paying the price or if this is tactical. They're lengthening out, but the field is closing in on that. It's now 3/4 of a length back from Cincinnati to Irvine. Irvine with a third of a length on Oregon. Oregon with a half a length on Penn State. Penn State with about a seat and a half on Florida. Then it's a little open water back to Texas and to Georgia. Cincinnati digging in now. They've still got about a half a length lead, but that Irvine crew is definitely pressing. Irvine now with 3/4 of a length on Oregon. Looks like Penn State climbing into the Oregon position here. That's about 2 seats now. And then it's half a length further back to Florida. That's a nice piece of work right there from Irvine. They have really pushed through in the last 20 strokes. They are drawing level with Cincinnati. That has drawn them nearly a length ahead of Oregon. Right behind them, Penn State, and another half length back, Florida. Irvine continues a nice strong push. They have just taken the lead over the Bearcats. It's Oregon and Penn State and Florida now pushing up into Cincinnati as well. It's Irvine by 3/4 of a length over Cincinnati. 1 seat back to Oregon and 1 more back to Penn State. Half a length further back is Florida. These lightweight women pushing into this headwind. But Irvine, they've started this nice move about 800 meters in, and they have now taken a full-length lead over 3 crews that are essentially level: Cincinnati, Oregon, and Penn State. Then it's a length back to Florida. It looks like Irvine plans to just pull away. They've now got a quarter of a length of open water, but we've got 3 crews fighting for the second and third position, still within a seat of one another. That would be Cincinnati, Penn State, and Oregon. 1 length further back is Florida. So 600 meters to go. Irvine in the pole position. Let's see if they can hang on to it, and let's see whose sprint can pull them into that silver and bronze position.
Oh, now, and it does look like Irvine's trying to stretch their advantage as much as they can. Irvine, who looked to be leading Oregon. Oregon looked like they're losing a bit of water to Penn State, but then Cincinnati also right neck and neck with Penn State. This race with 500 meters to go, but if you would direct your attention down to the awards dock now, we have some of our medal winners on the dock right now. This is for event 114, the men's second varsity 8A final. On the dock right now, receiving their bronze medals in a hard-fought third-place victory, will be the University of Delaware. Back on the water, UC Irvine. UC Irvine with a clear advantage now, but not without some pressure from both Notre Dame and, not UC Irvine. It's UC Irvine right now with a clear advantage over Penn State and Cincinnati. UC Irvine, Penn State, Cincinnati all neck and neck, with Oregon still in trail, still with a shot at the victory in this race. These lightweight women putting it all into the sprint right here. Less than 150 meters left. UC Irvine stretching their advantage even more now, with a possibility of some open water on Penn State before this race is said and done. UC Irvine, stern tip on bow ball to Penn State, and it looks like they will open up some open water gap as they cross the finish line for the first place finish and take home the gold, with Penn State crossing in the second position and Oregon lane 4 for a third place finish. Back down at the awards dock for event number 114, the men's second varsity 8A final. An incredibly close race with some of the fastest times that we've seen today. And one of the fastest boats that we've seen today, fighting hard for a second place victory, receiving their medals right now, is the University of Virginia taking the silver.
Out of medal position right now. But at 500 meters to go, it's all Rhode Island so far. Rhode Island with about a 2 1/2 length lead over Chicago. Florida right on Chicago's heels. Sacramento State, and now again a push from Seattle, has them fighting for 4th place.
And another race quickly coming down the course. This one is event 117, the men's lightweight varsity 4A final. Looks like right now our clear leader in the pole position is lane 5, Rhode Island. Rhode Island trying to open up a bigger advantage on the University of Florida in lane 3. But Florida not having a row without some challenge from the University of Chicago. The University of Chicago putting some seats on the University of Florida now. But Rhode Island hanging in strong. Chicago gaining some water on Rhode Island. This could be a shootout for the first place position here. Rhode Island taking some great strokes here, but Chicago putting in the meters that they need. But Rhode Island coming back for a last-second charge. And it does look like lane 5, Rhode Island rowers will take the win here in the men's lightweight varsity 4A final, with the University of Chicago taking the second silver medal and the University of Florida in the third position. Coming down the course now, we have the B final for the men's singles. Lane 1 furthest for you will be Emory University. Lane 2 will be Liberty. Lane 3, Vermont. Lane 4, Ohio State. Lane 5, Cincinnati. Lane 6, Grand Valley. Lane 7, Lafayette. And Lane 8, the University of Georgia. Back down to the awards dock for event 114, the men's second varsity 8A final. Your winners, taking home the gold medal with a very hard-fought victory, is the University of Michigan, men's second varsity 8.
We've got the men's single B final going by us here at 900 meters to go. It's a very nice lead for the Ohio State sculler. He is about 3 lengths ahead of second place Cincinnati, and both of those scullers seem to be understroking the rest of the field as they pull away. Then it's a reasonably tight race for Emory, Vermont, and the College of New Jersey. All of those crews, all of those scullers within a length, fighting for third. Then it's a bit further back to Michigan, Alabama, Huntsville, and then Duke. And that's
Event 118, the men's single B final, coming down the course now with just a little over 250 meters to go. It looks like right now your current leader is lane 4, Ohio State. Followed by Grand Valley and Cincinnati. Very close in a battle for the second place position. All these men's singles should be entering into their sprints right now. Final stretch, the final push for this race. Looks like Ohio State, barring any issues, has a clear path to the first place spot. But Cincinnati and Grand Valley are going to have to fight each other to get that second and third. And it looks like Ohio State coming to a strong finish here in lane 4. The gap was decreased by Cincinnati and Grand Valley quite a bit, but Ohio State crossing the line for the first position. Lane 6, Grand Valley right behind him. And lane 5, Cincinnati going to pick up that third place spot. Down onto the awards dock for event 115, the men's quad A final. The bronze medals were just handed out to George Mason, and now on the dock for the silver, with a hard-fought win, it looks like Michigan will be taking home the second place silver medals in the men's quad A final. Down on the awards dock now for event 115, the men's quad A final. Accepting their first place gold medals on the dock now is the University of Virginia in gold place. Coming down the course now with less than 500 meters to go is event 119, the A final for the men's singles. Right now your race leader is lane 4, Alabama Huntsville, followed by lane 5, Wichita State. Wichita State under pressure from Kansas State and Michigan in lanes 8 and 7 respectively. Lane 4, Alabama Huntsville coming across the line, taking a lonely first place in this men's single A final. That'll be a gold for the Alabama Huntsville rower, and it's a close race for the second position, and even closer for third. Looks like lane 5, Wichita State, will take the third place, or the second place spot, I should say.
And they are about a length ahead of the Emory crew. The Texas A boat has just had a little bit of trouble with the water. A little bit of a crab there. They dropped back again. They're now level with Emory. But Virginia is beginning to extend its lead. It's still the California lightweights in second place, about 2 lengths behind. And the Texas B boat starting to move up into second place, or towards second place. They're now about a half a length behind California. So we're going to drop back and cover the A final of this event as Virginia pulls away, approaching 900 meters in the men's double sculls E final. If you happen to find any sunglasses today while you're at the venue or anywhere around the regatta, you can take them to the Lake Lanier merchandise tent where they have a lost and found set up, and they will try to be returned to their rightful owner. We're underway with the A final of the men's double sculls event.
Yeah, but no, we started it soft. 3 years we were like.
Followed pretty tightly by Rhode Island, Michigan, and the Virginia B-boat. So it is Emory now, staking out a lead of about 3/4 of a length over 3 crews that are starting to pull up. Michigan barely in second place over Chicago. Chicago just barely ahead of Rhode Island.
And coming down the course now with just less than 500 meters left, we have Virginia in lane 5 in this men's doubles B final event. They have a clear lead now. Closely following behind them in lane 3 are the Cal Lights. Virginia in the top spot, Cal Lights in second. Just behind Cal Lights in lane 7 will be the Texas B-boat. Texas B-boat facing some pressure from the Texas A-boat in lane 4, but Virginia has opened up quite the advantage now in lane 5. Looking like they're going to hit their sprint here in the last 250 and try to cement their first place finish here, pulling away from the Cal Lights in lane 3. Virginia's just entered into the last 250 meters now, generally where the boats will start their sprints. Virginia leading Cal Lights, but it does look like the Texas B-boat is having a bit of a scrap with the Texas A-boat. They are neck and neck for the 3rd place position. Virginia maybe with a half a length of open water now on the Cal Lights. But a clear lead coming in for this B final. Virginia with half a length over Cal Lights, and Cal Lights with a 1/4 of a length to a half a length over the two Texas University boats. Texas A might have an advantage over Texas B now. But one Texas boat will bump the other from the 1, 2, 3 finishing order. Virginia with just 2 strokes left, coming in for a first place finish with more than 2 lengths of open water on Cal Lights, but Cal Lights facing very serious pressure from the Texas boats here. And Cal Lights will take the 2nd position, and a close race between Texas A and Texas B, but Texas B will beat out Texas A for the 3rd place spot.
Let's go, Seattle!
I guess as expected, the Michigan boat's not going to go away easily. As we're crossing the 1,000, Michigan again pushing into that Emory lead. It's probably back to the 5 feet it was a few hundred meters ago. And we now have Rhode Island moving definitely into 3rd place, just a little bit ahead of Chicago. And it looks like Virginia and Virginia Tech both starting to close in on Chicago. It's now Notre Dame about a half a length behind them. Michigan still maintaining a fairly high stroke rate and has now drawn level with Emory, who has led this for the first 1,300 meters. It is Michigan nosing into the lead, Emory in 2nd. Rhode Island now overlapping Emory. Overlapping Rhode Island, we've got Virginia Tech and Chicago and the Virginia B-boat. Notre Dame another 3/4 of a length behind. So with 700 meters Michigan has pulled into nearly a length lead over Emory. Emory now has its hands full for that silver medal. They have 3 crews pressing very tightly on them. That would be Rhode Island, Virginia Tech, and Chicago, with the Virginia B boat not out of the medals yet. So, approaching 500 meters, and we'll turn you over to the tower. It is Michigan now by nearly a length. Emory scrambling to hold on to second, but it looks to me like Rhode Island is going through, followed very closely by Virginia Tech, then Chicago, and the Virginia B boat.
Back down to the awards dock. The current awards being handed out are race 116, the A final for the women's lightweight varsity 4. There was a delay with getting it out, but Oregon takes the bronze medals at the 3rd place spot. Penn State with silver medals, and on the dock right now you have the University of California Irvine lightweight women taking home the gold medal. Coming down the course now, we have race 121, the A final for the men's doubles. This is the premier event for men's doubles here. These will decide the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place medals. Right now, it seems like a very tight race. Lane 7, Michigan. Looking like they're having to put off some fights with Rhode Island. Michigan engaging their sprint, or a second sprint maybe. Putting even more distance between them and Rhode Island, but it's a very tight race. Michigan going to come across the line in the 1st position. Just a half a length ahead of lane 3 Rhode Island, and the 3rd place finish is going to be a tight race as well. But it will go to lane 5, who is Emory University.
Santa Barbara and Liberty with another 2 seats back to Tulane, a quarter length further back to Texas, Georgia Tech, a length behind Texas, and Penn State a little bit open behind Georgia Tech. So it's Virginia Commonwealth with a healthy lead, but I'd say there are 4 or 5 crews here looking like they're going to fight it all the way down the course. We're going to head up to the A final of the women's varsity 4.
looks like the event coming down the course right now will be 122, the women's varsity 4B final. Right now it looks like lane 4, Virginia Commonwealth, with a strong lead. Lane 6, Liberty, very close behind Virginia Commonwealth, but the second position is going to be very tight. It also looks like lane 2, University of California, Santa Barbara, also in the mix on this race. Once again, Virginia Commonwealth out front with a deciding lead. It's like Liberty University, the University of Texas, and Santa Barbara, all very tight-knit for the second position. Down at the awards dock now, it looks like they will be handing out medals for event 117, the men's lightweight varsity A final. Current rowers on the dock brought home a third place, a very hard-fought bronze medals, and that's the University of Florida.
State is about a seat ahead of Emory, who is about a seat ahead of Cincinnati. Then it's about a length back to Irvine. And we've got
strokes of this event 122, the women's varsity 4B final. It does look like lane 4, Virginia Commonwealth, with a strong lead, 2 to 3 boat lengths, will come across the line in the first position, and that first position goes to Virginia Commonwealth. But like I said before, this second spot is going to have to be fought for. It looks like Santa Barbara has the advantage right now, but they're coming under great pressure. Santa Barbara will cross the line in the second position, with lane 6, Liberty University, in the third spot.
and they've got a really solid lead over a good fight for third, but Lafayette is really stepping out in style here. This does look like the bronze medal fight is going to go down till late in the race, but unless something extraordinary happens, it's Lafayette cruising home, Vanderbilt safely in second, and then Cincinnati, Sonoma, and Emory battling it out for the bronze medal. We'll turn you over to the finish line.
Coming down now with less than 250 meters to go is event 123, the women's varsity 4A final. Looks like lane 5, Lafayette have an advantage over all the other competition. Looks like they have a good 3 to 4 boat length of open water over what looks to be Vanderbilt in lane 3. Vanderbilt in the second spot. Vanderbilt in the second position, followed by Cincinnati in lane 8. Cincinnati is very close with lane 1, Sonoma State and Emory University. So the third position is going to have to be one that's fought for in this race, but Lafayette out front, followed by Vanderbilt and a very close third position. Down on the awards dock right now, they are awarding the medals for Event 117, the men's lightweight varsity 4A final. Currently pushing off the dock is Rhode Island, taking the gold medal. Congratulations. Lane 5, Lafayette in 123, the women's varsity 4A final, have just crossed the line to bring home a gold. Lane 3, Vanderbilt crosses the line for a hard-fought silver. And lane 8, Cincinnati, brings home the bronzes.
The 900 meters into the B final of the men's varsity 4. And our leader is Vermont. Vermont has about 3/4 of a length over Santa Barbara and Purdue boat. Another half a length back to Virginia Commonwealth. A length from Virginia Commonwealth be Washington State. Another length back over to lane 1, New Hampshire. And Penn State about a length behind New Hampshire. So Vermont still leading, crossing the 1,000, but they're feeling a little pressure now from Santa Barbara. I think Santa Barbara is probably close to within a half a length there. And Santa Barbara now with about a full length lead over Minnesota, followed closely by VCU and New Hampshire. So it is Vermont trying to hold off UCSB here in the B final with about 800 meters to go in the men's varsity 4. length further back from that is Virginia, and another half a length back to Boston College and George Mason, with Northwestern a length further behind. 900 to go. Georgia Tech has taken the lead by about a third of a length. So the first and second positions changing as Georgia Tech moves ahead of Rhode Island. And it looks like momentarily we may get third and fourth changing as Michigan surges forward into that Cincinnati lead. Michigan now level with Cincinnati for third. Those two crews about a length of open water behind Rhode Island. Rhode Island doggedly hanging on still to Georgia Tech. Michigan has about a length on Virginia and George Mason, a few feet further back to Boston College, and 1 length more to Northwestern. 600 to go. It's Georgia Tech still by about a half to 2/3 of a length over Rhode Island. It's Michigan now, maybe with a seat or two over Cincinnati for third. George Mason, which had seemed to trail early, is coming into this race. They are not the medals yet. They are closing to within about a half a length of Michigan. Right behind them, Virginia and Boston College. So turning it over to the tower with 500 meters with Georgia Tech beginning to pull away from Rhode Island.
Arriving down on the awards dock now, we have the medalist from event 121, the men's doubles A final. Currently receiving their medals on the awards dock, we have the third place recipients, taking home 2 bronzes, Emory University. Coming down the course now, it's a clear leader. Georgia Tech's A boat with some open water on the second place boats, but it's a very tight race for second. Right now, Rhode Island A fighting hard with Cincinnati A. And George Mason's A boat also in the mix, but it does look like Rhode Island will eke out the second place right behind Georgia Tech, and Cincinnati finishing in the third spot in this men's varsity 4A final. Back down on the awards dock, just received their medals for a hard-fought second place. Taking home 2 silvers, it looks like Rhode Island grabbing the silvers. And now receiving 2 gold medals for an amazing first place finish. It's the University of Michigan.
We are 200 meters into the B final of the varsity women's eights. These boats have all broken cleanly and pretty packed together still. As you would expect, only 250 in. And it looks like your early leader is the Army crew, and looks like Colorado, a little advantage. Vermont up there as well. It's breaking open nicely for some of these crews. We've got Vermont maybe nosing barely into the lead over Army by about a seat. No, Army's fought that right back. It's dead even at 500. Then it's a half a length back to Colorado. Colorado has about a deck on Georgia and DePaul. DePaul has just about a length on Northwestern. Northwestern with about 4 seats on Colorado State. I think the Vermont move aggravated the Army crew a little bit. They've started to pop those catches pretty hard, and they now have about a half a length lead over Vermont. It's still Colorado in third, but just barely. They're a half a length behind Vermont, but they are about a deck ahead of DePaul and Georgia. DePaul and Georgia actually now drawing level. So lanes 5, 6, and 7, Colorado, Georgia, and DePaul, dead even, about a half a length behind Vermont, who is now about 3/4 of a length behind Army. Then it's open water, back to Northwestern, who has a half a length on Colorado State. So we've got Army now, just about a length. Vermont still in second, but really closely followed by those 3 crews that are still essentially level: DePaul, Georgia, and Colorado.
Coming up with 500 meters left, it looks like your lane 4 leader will be Army, followed by Vermont in the second position, and the University of Georgia in third. Closing in on that 250-meter mark, it looks like Army has opened up their advantage even more. But now the University of Georgia has closed right up on Vermont. Vermont and the University of Georgia neck and neck coming into this final sprint. Vermont and University of Georgia followed by DePaul, lane 7 closest to you. But Army's opened up a very impressive advantage. It looks like, barring any flaws, that they will come in the first place going through the finish line. But University of Georgia and Vermont locked in a dead heat. It looks like University of Georgia opening up some advantage, putting away some meters on Vermont now. Georgia upping that stroke rate, making an impressive sprint, making a point to plow through on Vermont. And now it looks like DePaul will even come through on Vermont. It looks possible at this point. Army coming through the finish line in first, University of Georgia finishing second, and it does look like DePaul will pull off an impressive third place last final charge. Shoving away from the awards dock now, they are handing out medals for event 123, the women's varsity 4A final. The medals given out previously went to lane 8 Cincinnati for the bronze medals. Silver medals went to Vanderbilt, and pushing off now was the Lafayette women's varsity 4, receiving 5 very well-earned gold medals. Congratulations. Coming into the awards dock now, this race will be for 125, the men's varsity 4A final. Receiving their medals right now in lane 4 with a hard-fought third place. The bronze medals go to the Cincinnati. The race coming down the course now is race 127, women's varsity 8A final. This race is for the medals. In lane 4 right now, you have the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos with an impressive lead. About a half a length to a length of open water on second place. Second place appears to be Grand Valley, but Grand Valley coming under some pressure from New Hampshire now. And with just 2 strokes left, it looks like Santa Barbara will cross the line in the gold for the gold. But it's a close race between Grand Valley and New Hampshire. But it does appear that New Hampshire clinches the second spot while Grand Valley will win the bronze medals. Back to the awards dock. Receiving the silver medals for a hard-fought second place, it does look like Rhode Island.
Okay. We're into the men's varsity 8s and the E final is at about 600 meters. We've got a pretty close race right now between
The awards dock, the final medal for event 125, the men's varsity 4A final, will go to Georgia Tech, receiving the gold medal for first place.
It's like Denver in fourth, about a length behind that. Wash U has fallen off the pace. We're not sure if they've had any trouble, but we have a crew back at the 400-meter mark that had stopped and is now paddling. So up in the front of the field, it's Illinois, now by about 3 seats, over DePaul. DePaul with just about a length now over Wichita State. Wichita half a length over Denver. I've misidentified people again. I'm very sorry. That's Washington University in second place. We've got some problems with our listing here. It is clearly Illinois in the lead. They have now a third of a length. over Washington University. I believe that then, oh, and now we've had a disaster in the Illinois boat. They have caught a crab and they are sitting absolutely still. So they've gone from leaders to fourth place in a matter of 10 seconds. So it's now Washington University, about a length and a half ahead of Wichita. Wichita with a length on Denver, and Illinois underway again, just behind Denver. So we have Colorado State is the crew here in fifth place, and we are assuming now it is DePaul, who I was miscalling, that is the crew that had to stop early in the race.
Right now coming down the course, we have DePaul with a huge lead in lane 4. DePaul opening up a giant lead over Wichita State in lane 7, who holds the second position currently. And DePaul will roll through the finish line for a first place finish in this E final, followed closely behind by Wichita State in second. And Illinois, lane 3 in the third position.
Okay, we're into the D final now of the men's varsity eights. We've had a good start on this near side of the course from New Hampshire. Looks like they're the early leader. Western Washington right with them. And it looks like the Pittsburgh crew also up in that fight. So it's just a four-way fight now as we cross 500, with New Hampshire just barely in the lead over Western Washington. It's Colorado in third, but they're just barely ahead of Rochester. Rochester with of a length then on Washington State. So it's Western Washington and New Hampshire fighting it out for the lead, about 2/3 of a length ahead of Colorado and Rochester. Those boats are now level. So we have Western Washington now poking their nose in front. They've established the first clear lead of the afternoon. They've now got about 1/4 of a length on New Hampshire, and it looks to me like Rochester is closing in on New Hampshire and Colorado. It's still New Hampshire in second, Colorado 1/4 length off of them, but Rochester drawing level now with Colorado. Then it's a further length back to Pittsburgh, and Washington State another length behind. So it's a 1/2 length now for Western Washington. New Hampshire still holding on to second. It looks like Rochester has moved up and taken over 3rd place from Colorado. So we're crossing the 1,000. Western Washington in the lead. New Hampshire still in second. Good fight still for 3rd. Colorado still fighting to hold off Rochester. And then a length further back to Pittsburgh.
If you'll direct your attention down to the awards dock now, it looks like we have event 127, the women's varsity 8A final. Bringing home the bronze in lane 5, we have Grand Valley. Coming into the final 300 meters here, this is the last sprint for event 94, the men's varsity 8D final. We currently see Western Washington in lane 6 with a clear advantage. Western Washington with the advantage, but it looks like Colorado's made a very strong charge and pushed themselves into second. But lane 3, Pittsburgh, also up in the mix now. So at its current state, it's Western Washington, then Colorado, and then Pittsburgh. But the racing is too close to call it as of yet. We'll have to see what happens at the finish line. Western Washington coming under great pressure here from Colorado. But it looks like the first place finisher in this D final will be Western Washington, followed by Colorado, and then New Hampshire in lane 7, making a great sprint at the very last second. Back down to the awards dock now. We come back to event 127, the women's varsity 8A final. On the dock right now, receiving their silver medals for an impressive second place. In lane 7, we have New Hampshire.
We've got the C final now of the men's varsity 8s. They're about 300 meters in, and the leader is UCLA. It's UCLA by about 3/4 of a length over Connecticut and Vanderbilt. It's a nice little job by the Kansas crew. They had fallen back a bit, but they're pushing back up in. It's now UCLA by 1/3 of a length over Connecticut. Looks like Boston College and Kansas fighting for 3rd at the moment, 1/2 a length behind Connecticut. Then it's a 1/2 a length further back to Vanderbilt and Georgia. San Diego State. San Diego State with a few seats on Georgia. Georgia with a deck on Ohio State. It's UCLA still in the lead, but the Connecticut crew is not letting them get further away. Connecticut's still hanging on there, about 1/3 of a length back. Boston College and Kansas still 1/2 a length behind Connecticut. They've now got 3/4 of a length on San Diego State, maybe a bit less than that. Then 1/2 a length back from San Diego State, it's Georgia and Vanderbilt. With Ohio State closing up, those 3 trailing crews are now just about level, still overlapping everyone but UCLA. UCLA, as they approach the 1,000, now begins to extend its lead. They've got nearly 2/3 of a length on Connecticut now, and Connecticut is under increasing pressure from both Boston College and Kansas. Boston College, as they cross the 1,000, has drawn level with Connecticut, and right behind them, a seat back, is Kansas. Then it's nearly a length back to San Diego State. Right behind them, we've got Georgia just ahead of Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt level with Ohio State. So UCLA now with 3/4 of a length over your second place crew, a new crew. It's Boston College. Boston College has moved about 1/3 of a length ahead of Connecticut, and Kansas has drawn level with Connecticut. We still have San Diego State hanging on 3/4 of a length behind Kansas, 1/2 a length back further to Georgia, 1/2 a length back further to Ohio State and Vanderbilt. So we've got a nice little to-do here with 700 meters to go. Boston College, very impressive third 500. They have finally been able to attack that lead that UCLA has been holding most of the way. It's Boston College closing in to within 1/2 a length of UCLA. Boston College now with 1/2 a length over both Kansas and Connecticut as we approach 500 meters. We'll turn you over to the finish line.
Thanks, Bob. Down at the awards dock now, we have the UCSB Women's Varsity 8 celebrating their first place finish, taking home the gold medals. Congratulations. The race coming down the course right now is event number 95, the men's varsity 8C final. Right now, it looks like lane 4, Boston College has an advantage over Kansas. And Kansas just very, very close and competing hard with Connecticut right now. Connecticut maybe only a quarter of a length down on Kansas. But Boston College has the potential to open up some open water here on Kansas and Connecticut. Boston College stretches their lead out on UCLA. UCLA charging hard in this sprint. UCLA charging hard, and Vanderbilt making a very, very obvious effort to catch up with Connecticut here. Boston College running away with this C final here. Looks like coming across the line, it's going to be Boston College and a very tight race, but it'll be Kansas and then UCLA in the 3rd spot.
About 800 meters in. It's a nice, closely contested race here. We've got 3 crews right out in front. It's Grand Valley, it's Orange Coast, and it's Texas. Within a seat or 2 of each other, they have half a length over Oregon and Minnesota, then another half a length back to Notre Dame and Massachusetts. As they cross the 1,000, it looks like Grand Valley is nosed out into the lead. Grand Valley with about a quarter of a length maybe on Texas. Actually, Texas is surging. I'd say they're still just about level. Tell you the truth. Texas and Orange Coast moving nicely, and this Minnesota crew that had lagged a bit early getting themselves back into the race. There's been some dramatic shifts here in just 20 strokes as Orange Coast has gone in front. Orange Coast has gone in front, and Minnesota has come from 5th to 2nd within the last 30 strokes. Minnesota with a seat or 2 over Texas, Texas with 3 seats over Grand Valley. It's overlapping Davis, about 3/4 of a length, Grand Valley. Another quarter of a length back to Notre Dame. Notre Dame about a length on Oregon and Massachusetts. 600 meters to go. It's still Orange Coast with Texas again pushing. Texas and Grand Valley now drawing level. It's a 3-way fight for 2nd with Minnesota, Texas, and Grand Valley State.
And in this B final 128, it looks like Orange Coast will come across the line, taking the 1st spot in the B final. UCSB coming into the dock. They are the overall fastest women's second varsity 8, so they're popping in to collect some gold medals. Congratulations to the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos.
You would expect there's not a whole lot to choose among these crews. It looks like Santa Barbara and Virginia have nosed out barely in front. Santa Barbara, definitely the leader now. Few seats ahead of Virginia. Virginia about 3 seats ahead of Michigan. Michigan with a deck on Bucknell and Military Academy. We've got Santa Barbara 900 meters in. Now with about a third of a length. It's Virginia in second, just barely ahead of Michigan. Michigan just barely ahead of Bucknell. North Carolina hanging on only about a quarter of a length behind Bucknell, as is Irvine, a seat back from North Carolina. Then it's Delaware, a half a length back, and Army's had a little trouble, it looks like. They're now trailing Delaware by about a half a length. But at the front of the field, we're at 900 meters to go, and it's going to be a beauty, it looks like, from here. I've got Santa Barbara in the lead, but it is half a length from Santa Barbara to both Michigan and Virginia. It is Bucknell only a couple of seats behind Michigan. It is a third of a length then back to North Carolina, who has about a third of a length on Irvine. Santa Barbara looking very strong. They've moved out a little further. That lead over Virginia and Michigan is now about 2/3 of a length. It's Santa Barbara pouring it on. They're continuing to move. It's Santa Barbara by 3/4 of a length now over Michigan and Virginia, who are still nothing to choose between them and only a seat ahead of Bucknell. It's North Carolina's still a factor. They're only a half a length behind the second, third, and fourth place group. We've got Michigan and Bucknell now moving past Virginia. Virginia now into fourth place. They are 1 length behind Santa Barbara, with Michigan and Bucknell level about 3 seats ahead of Virginia, 3/4 of a length or a tiny bit more behind Santa Barbara. North Carolina half a length further back. The Santa Barbara is now on the Michigan boundary. Michigan, second place by a seat over Bucknell and Virginia, who seems to have recovered its pace and is closing back up on Virginia, on Michigan. But right now, Santa Barbara, with about 300 meters to go and 3/4 of a length to spare. It's a great fight for silver and bronze, but it looks like the Gauchos really want this one. Virginia started the sprint. Their rates went up dramatically. It's Santa Barbara. About 20 strokes to go. Virginia, Michigan, and Bucknell fighting for the silver and the bronze. And I'm pretty sure nobody can hear me right now.
Certainly the closest finish I think I've seen. Bucknell came with a monstrous last-second charge. And it does look like Santa Barbara got the win, and then Bucknell with the silver medals, and Virginia wrapping it up in third. And the University of California, Santa Barbara finishing with a time of 6:23.5. Bucknell finishing with a time of 6:25.537, but Virginia finishing with a time of 6:25.609, less than a tenth of a second separating the two teams. Less than a hundredth of a second, I should say. On the awards dock now is the University of Virginia collecting bronze medals for easily the craziest third place of the day. Congratulations to them, the University of Virginia. Coming into the dock right now is Bucknell. They will be collecting the silver medals, but I believe they also should get a medal for the absolutely most ridiculous last chance charge. That was insane. Congratulations to Bucknell for collecting their silver medals. Coming into the awards dock now is the University of California, Santa Barbara Gauchos. Luckily for them, they will be the last boat on the awards dock today because they have gold medals for their first placed win.